The sky groaned first. A low, grinding howl that rolled across the battlements and made every banner shiver. Then the earth split. Brass limbs rose from the dust. Each joint older than empires, older than language, older than mercy.
Wrath God waking, world unmaking.
Step by step, the mountains shake. Time bends. Stone breaks. Under the shadow, Numidium wakes. Its heartbeat like a forge, each pulse a shockwave. That sent soldiers to their knees and stripped courage from bone. Not rage, not hunger, just function. A God built to obey, and in obeying, to erase.
God rising, sun disguising.
The light itself turns cold and strange. Empires fall, ages change. Under the rhythm of gears unchained. When it walked, the horizon lurched, cities folded like parchment left in the rain. Legends dissolved into dust and echoes. And still the drums of brass kept beating, beating, beating the sound of a world rewritten.
Wrath God marching, faith's new carving.
No sword nor prayer can turn it back. History churns, nations crack. Under the shadow of Numidium's track.
Talos, oh Talos, the god of man, he used the voice to conquer the land. Because of him, together we stand. Forever the eight will now be nine. Talos, oh Talos, the ninth divine. Talos, the dragon's bloodline. We are his holy, the Knights of Nine. We've come to vanquish all of this land's crimes. Join us and serve the Nine. After death until the end of time. Talos, oh Talos, the god of man, he used the voice to conquer the land. Because of him, together we stand. Forever the eight will now be nine. Talos, oh Talos, the ninth divine. Talos, oh Talos, the dragon's bloodline. after death until the end of time. Lady Mara, won't you lend me your ear? For I can move forward with all of my fears. You've made us your chosen and shed your own tears. You shared in the pain which will not be in vain. Years have gone past, yet you remain. These words will last forever, and so will your name. Lady Mara, won't you lend me your ear? For I can move forward with all of my fears. You've made us your chosen and shed your own tears. You shared in the pain which will not be in vain. Years have gone past, yet you remain. These words will last forever, and so will your name.
I carved my vengeance in the dark, one name, one choking breath. A life stolen for a life stolen, my hands baptized in death. The torches found my hiding place, steel ran against the storm, and I knew the gallows waited to claim me as their own. They dragged me through the market square, their judgment loud and cruel. But when I begged the gods for mercy, all I heard was ridicule. Then someone pressed a letter against my trembling palm. No gods had seen the figure, yet the parchment read, we know.
Sweet mother, send your child unto me, for the sins of heart and shadow are the only truth I see. We serve our dread Father, where the silent footsteps flow.
just no cruelty, just a hooded watching fate, and the promise of a family who walked in death's embrace. They told me of the night mother, her cradle carved of bone, how every oath is whispered, how no soul dies alone. May the night mother wrap you in her cold eternal grace, they said, and laid a blade across my shaking hand.
Sweet mother, send your child unto me, for the dark has claimed my heartbeat and unmade what I could be. We serve our dread Father, where the silent rivers flow. Sweet mother, sweet mother.
I kneel now, I know. My pulse became their ritual. My shadow learned their art. They carved their truth across my mind and sealed it in my heart. No longer hunted, broken, no longer bound by fear. I walk as one reborn in void, a whisper in your ear.
Sweet mother, send your child unto me. I offer blood and silence for the night that set me free. We serve our dread Father, where the unseen daggers go. Sweet mother, sweet mother.
I am yours, I know.
Beneath the moon's warm silver gaze, where ghosts of empires tread, I walked the road of broken notes and drank the words of dread. The lanterns of the lesser gods flickered faint and frail, but a deeper voice called out to me, a throne of frost and shale. He said, break the vows that bind the weak, for weakness has no crown. In my dominion, strength is truth, and truth will drag you down. So I knelt upon the ashen stones, my breath a dying coal, and gladly placed between his claws the burden of my soul. Chains of the Father, cold as the grave, bind me to power no mortal can save. Through torment and shadow I rise when I fall, for glorious suffering and atop the cliffs of Cold Harbor, where the stolen skies are dim, I saw the rivers run with screams raised in worship unto him. Yet not with fear my spirit shook, but pride within the pain. For what is flesh to one who yearns for mastery arcane? He whispered of dominions lost, of worlds that might yet bow, and in his gaze I found my fate, a warrior forged by vow. Let Mer behold their feeble wards, let men cling to the light. No flame endures the midnight crown the dread prince brings tonight. Chains of the Father, cruel to behold, temper my body in iron and cold. Where tyrants may falter and nations may fall, my faith stands unbroken, a servant of Baal. Chains of the Father, chains of the Father, chains of the Father, chains of the Father.
In the stillness of the marshland, where the rivers coil and gleam, a murmur rose through root and mud like memory in a dream. It drifted through the hanging moss, it stirred the sleeping mire, a whisper older than the world, a breath of hidden fire. When these whispered, the shadows learn to sway. When these whispered, the sacks leave found their way. Its voice was not a mortal sound, no tongue of flesh or flame, but every pulse beneath my scale stirred softly at its name. It spoke of roads beneath the fen, of battles yet to rise, of paths the river spirits keep behind their silent eyes. When the east whispered, the marsh began to sing. When the east whispered, it woke the breathing spring. Then silence fell across the bog, a stillness wide and deep. The water held its secrets close, the swamp resumed its sleep. But something in the tangled roots had taken hold in me, a binding
The sky groaned first. A low, grinding howl that rolled across the battlements and made every banner shiver. Then the earth split. Brass limbs rose from the dust. Each joint older than empires, older than language, older than mercy. Step by step, the mountains shake. Time bends, stone breaks. Under the shadow, Numidium wakes. Its heartbeat like a forge, each pulse a shockwave. That sent soldiers to their knees and stripped courage from bone. Not rage, not hunger, just function. A God built to obey, and in obeying, to erase. The light itself turns cold and strange. Empires fall, ages change. Under the rhythm of gears unchained. When it walked, the horizon lurched, cities folded like parchment left in the rain. Legends dissolved into dust and echoes. And still the drums of brass kept beating, beating, beating the sound of a world rewritten. No sword nor prayer can turn it back. History churns, nations crack. Under the shadow of Numidium's track.
Talos, oh Talos, the god of man, he used the voice to conquer the land. Because of him, together we stand forever. The eight will now be nine. Talos, oh Talos, the ninth divine. Talos, oh Talos, the dragon's bloodline. We are his holy, the Knights of Nine. We've come to vanquish all of this land's crimes. Join us and serve the Nine. After death until the end of time. Talos, oh Talos, the god of man. He used the voice to conquer the land. Because of him, together we stand forever. The eight will now be nine. Talos, oh Talos, the ninth divine. Talos, oh Talos, the dragon's bloodline. after death until the end of time. Lady Mara, won't you lend me your ear? For I can move forward with all of my fears. You've made us your chosen and shed your own tears. You shared in the pain which will not be in vain. Years have gone past, yet you remain. These words will last forever, and so will your name. Lady Mara, won't you lend me your ear? For I can move forward with all of my fears. You've made us your chosen and shed your own tears. You shared in the pain which will not be in vain. Years have gone past, yet you remain. These words will last forever, and so will your name.
I carved my vengeance in the dark, one name, one choking breath. A life stolen for a life stolen, my hands baptized in death. The torches found my hiding place, steel ran against the storm. And I knew the gallows waited to claim me as their own. They dragged me through the market square, their judgment loud and cruel. But when I begged the gods for mercy, all I heard was ridicule. Then someone pressed a letter against my trembling palm. No gods had seen the figure, yet the parchment read, we know.
Sweet mother, send your child unto me, for the sins of heart and shadow are the only truth I see. We serve our dread Father, where the silent footsteps flow. Sweet mother,
just a hooded watching fate, and the promise of a family who walked in death's embrace. They told me of the night mother, her cradle carved of bone, how every oath is whispered, how no soul dies alone. May the night mother wrap you in her cold eternal grace, they said, and laid a blade across my shaking hand. Sweet mother, send your child unto me, for the dark has claimed my heartbeat and unmade what I could be. We serve our dread Father, where the silent rivers flow. Sweet mother, sweet mother, I kneel now, I know. My pulse became their ritual, my shadow learned their art. They carved their truth across my mind and sealed it in my heart. No longer hunted, broken, no longer bound by fear. I walk as one reborn in void, a whisper in your ear. Sweet mother, send your child unto me. I offer blood and silence for the night that set me free. We serve our dread Father, where the unseen daggers go. Sweet mother, I am yours, I know. Oh, beneath the moon's warm silver gaze, where ghosts of empires tread, I walk the road.
There we are. You can see it, right? Oh, I got all this music just blaring again. There we go. But yes. Any based on real life ones? Yeah. So many conspiracy theories have been, we're starting this off on a good note, but many conspiracy theories have been, if you're watching this on the VOD, the chat, we were talking about my books and conspiracy theories, and I mentioned I have a lot of conspiracy theories embedded in them. They asked if I any based on real life. So essentially, as time goes on, we're realizing that more and more conspiracy theories were in fact true. So I'm not going to go into depth, but many of them have been unbunked. You know, they're not bunk, they're truth. So the the term conspiracy theory came from the government to silence things that they didn't want to get out at that time. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're theorizing about these conspiracies, when those conspiracies, yes, they are theorizing about conspiracies. Yes, that is what they're doing. I have a theory that this is happening. And then as time goes on, it turns out to be true. So, the whole, so my books have, I pulled a lot of stuff from like religions and whatnot. So, and occult philosophies. And with that comes conspiracy theory. So, it's a zombie apocalypse, right? And on the stories of the dead, let's see, I'll type it in the chat real quick. Stories of the Dead novel. That's the first one. That's the one that is my literary work. That is more like, it's all audiobooks. More to come, but then there's Stories of the Dead Roleplay. So that's the roleplay server, and there's lore for the maps. So the lore for each individual map has a little comic video, and each one kind of touches on some conspiracy theories and stuff. Like, I used situations from real life, what's happening right now, to like build the world of the book. It's like, it is a universe that is eerily close to ours, but it differs because it's a zombie apocalypse that happens. I used the whole COVID shutdown. I used the vaccinations and like the conspiracy theories of building into that. So, like, it's not perceived as like a anti-vax thing, even though because it's a fictional universe, I was just pulling from real life stuff in order to build this fictional universe, And when I posted these things originally, they got flagged for being like pulled down off YouTube, and like my channel got flagged for being an anti-vax propaganda channel. And I was like, what? I peeled it, and I was like, this is a fictional world, like a zombie apocalypse fictional world that I'm writing books, and this is a roleplay server within those books. This is all fiction. And they're like, oh, okay, sorry, here you go. And I'm like, what? Like, yeah, it talks about vaccines and like people. There was like forced mandated vaccines, but it was blown out of proportion. Obviously, like the amount of deaths that happened was blown right out of proportion. I had it so that like a large portion of the world's population died off during this mysterious virus, and it's quote unquote redacted. Like, it has a little parentheses, it's blacked out, right? So like it's a redacted. The name of it is redacted. Eventually, it will be revealed later on, the name of this virus. But essentially for now, like, the books are more focused on the survivors of during the apocalypse, and then eventually those survivors will start interacting with things that cause the virus, or things that the virus happened within, you could say. There's a lot of... I gotta put some of this stuff away. I have to see if Ragnar's there. I have an hour, less than an hour to get to the that place. Why can I not see anything? I have no HUD. Like, I can't see anything. Let me try re-logging real quick just to see if that fixes. Do we have a memorial for our friends, the ones in the Hall of the Dead? I'm not sure if the admins actually put something specifically in for them, but we just role played out that they're in the Hall of the Dead somewhere. It would be nice to know exactly where they were and if there is like a little spot that they put for them, because on PC you can do almost fucking anything. They could put a stone there with engravings on it, and when you click on it you see this thing pop up that says, "Here lies Drayton and Corellia, the so and so talks about them." Let's try this again. That Nernroot Kush. Yes, there we go. Got it back. I have to put that away. It's fine. That's fine. I got farming back, but I'm not level fucking 8 now. Or no, I was like level 17. That sucks. Because I had the bonus from, like that bonus was over here originally. Once I get to like level 39, I'm probably gonna get rid of that and put that here, so it's adept. And then I'll get rid of farming eventually, once I have a source of wheat that I don't need to worry about. 200. I do have farming, so I do need those now. I suppose, screw it, I'm just going. I am wasting no time. There to go. First harbinger, the first man, the bringer of words. Okay. Sounds like a weird. I suppose I could have. Yeah, because now farming's leveled up. There we are. It's 11:09. I got time to see if. Let's see if they uh, have their stone sitting on the hold stone. That's how I'll say it. Are there stones at the hold stone? No. Flocky is on. Wolfgar, Shadowrunner. He was the one that found Drath and Valor and Corellia. Okay. How's my food? We got plenty.
The Olsen band. Is that local? I'm thinking it's a local commodity.
Aye, the Olsen clan is
Lucky.
brewers. Skyrim. And they're here in
Really?
East March within the walls.
Curiosity, do you have any recipes that date back to ancient Morin heritage?
We have had some import from the Black Marsh, like the Argonian ale and things like that. We have looked to acquiring more, so hopefully when he does, he'll let me know. How are you doing, Hist?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm all right. Business as usual. Can I get you anything today?
I heard you mention Argonian ale. Do you have any of that at the moment?
Let me see what we've left. I have 13 bottles. There are 20 septim each right now.
I will take 4.
Of course.
Out of curiosity, and are you a Sarper Argonian?
Sorry, one moment.
You a member of the Sarper specific
Sapper.
subspecies of Argonian?
Well,
Yes, I couldn't help but notice your feathers and plumage are quite brilliant, very to Sarpers.
hmm. Well, I'm not too sure about the term. I was raised in the border lands of Argonia and Cyrodiil. We intermingled with the Imperials, so I was quite distant from the ways of my kin, from the depths of the marsh, but my name Speaks-as-Hist. It was given to me by a sap speaker that my fellow Argonians from Cyrodiil, they sent me there to speak to the sap speaker, and he told me that I should go on a journey and spread the words of the Hist. And he marked me with the dye of the sap from his tree. Since then, I've been journeying around until I found a good friend of mine who recently passed. He helped me decide to settle down and try to get a life of my own rather than being a wanderer. So I do thank him for that. I wouldn't be here right now if he didn't. I'd probably be somewhere else. I do need to be somewhere else eventually, which probably should be going soon. But
Well, I wish best of luck on future endeavors and journeys then.
yes, you as well. Flocky, good to see you again.
Aye, as always. always just kind guide.
You as well.
Speaks is kind of, you know, upset a little bit. 11:15. We got 45 minutes to get there. Spy raid? Yes. Yes, I should write a will, especially after this. What a grave at Elder Gleam Sanctuary, where there is life below, near the Giving Tree. Just ditch light arm and unarmed. Hire bodyguards. I'm rich. Right, but I can't necessarily bring in bodyguards to this. Once I get destruction magic, I'm going to be dropping that. But I also, with what I'm doing, I need to be prepared for like an attack eventually. I'm not going to worry about grabbing any of this stuff. I'm just going. Hist is now pays his taxes. It is that way. There's a giant up there. Could go the sneaky route. So the stream looking fine? It doesn't look shitty? Does it look better than it has been? I was on 1080p, and now I'm on 440 P60, whatever the fuck it is, like 2556 by 1440. Yeah, I increased it by a bunch. Figured out my max for this computer. It's always run perfectly fine for me, aside from the occasional bug. Say, hot bug. Gotcha. Where'd he go? I need to go first person for those. I will stop for some dragonflies. It's because of this water. But I'll grab some jazzberry. Might as well. That was funny when we came across all them people swimming. That looks like a bear for a second. It's just a rock, or base of a tree. Another dragonfly. Where the fuck he go? I guess that's why they call them dart wings, you know. Blue one. You bastard. I missed him. Got him. I'd say that cat's smart, but she... What the fuck? The fuck was that? Did dragonfly bite me? I'd say this cat was smart, but it will pull at that door non-stop to get in here. As if it's gonna open anyway. I guess it's because I keep opening it. But she will non-stop fucking yank at that door. Bad. I should have kept my vampire boots. I guess it doesn't really matter if you can't see it. I'm gonna see if she'll stop. I'm just gonna see. She's got a whole house to roam. She wants to just sit on this chair in here. Even if that chair was out there, she wouldn't want it. Maybe it's me. She wants to be in here with me, and I should be grateful. I'm gonna go let her in. That's like, holy hell, no. How many times you gotta dunk dunk, dunk dunk dunk, dunk 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 dunk, just like pulling the door. Like, Jesus. So what I'm going to do is he is going to lay down just for a minute while we figure out I actually kind of want to figure out if there's an easier way to get up. That's a bit easier. Did I get you? Yeah. So like, there's a quest where you actually like cut through the roots to get up there. But I can't actually get through there. But what I can do is sit here. Or lay here rather. I'll sit with my knees and I can look over the whole place. They might not even notice. They'll notice. Now we wait for my initiates. Well, they're initiates at the moment. They don't know it, but I'm about to dub them as initiates. That's aqua fresca. Creme fraiche. think she stopped. I think she actually stopped. Can you learn more skills than 8, or is that the max? Sarah. As you see, I have more than 8 now. You have 18 points, and technically I haven't used them all, right? So eventually I'm going to drop this. I'm going to drop this. I'm only going to focus on alteration. I might do restoration, but I mean poison spray and sunbeam, those are damage spells, so I don't need destruction, right? So alteration will be my tankiness, plus some light armor. So I'll only have I plan on getting alchemy to master, and eventually I might only have apprentice in both of these. I don't want to be master because like there's going to be someone who's going to focus on that for months, so like that's what they'll do. I'll just want apprentice so I can get the buff, and then so I'll have 8 points in here, which leaves me with 10. And I'm going to leave apprentice in those. I might drop destruction because restoration has damage, right? But I'm going to test out my poison spray to see how it does versus my unarmed. And if it does better, I'm dropping this. And I'm probably going to drop this too. And then those points can go into, so I'll be apprentice, apprentice, apprentice. I'm going to drop that. I'm going to drop that. Only have, well, I might move that to here. Right, so it's apprentice, 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 apprentice. Apprentice, apprentice. And then, like, I have sprinting. Like, that is good to get away, but I remove this and that gives me 1 more point, so at the moment, this goes here, making it apprentice, apprentice, apprentice. I shouldn't have gotten rid of farming. That was a dumb move. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Get rid of this. Gives me 1 more. Getting rid of destruction gets me 2 more. So that's 3 right there. Which means I could apprentice this, apprentice this. Wait, no. What am I thinking? So this is 8. Well, yeah. If I drop this, that's 2 points. Drop this, because my restoration will do damage. Some of the spells will. Drop those 2, that gives me 3. This getting put over into farming to make it apprentice, so I can feed my alchemy. So that's 3 points, 1 and 1 to make this and this apprentice. I have 1 more point in order to make something adept. No, I need 2 more points to make adept. Adept is 4 points. Master is 5, I think. I'm not sure. I need to make this master, so those 3 points will end up being thrown into here. Novice, I might drop light armor Sprinting is handy because I just use it all the fucking time. That will make it so that I don't run out of energy when fleeing, which is good for when I'll be being hunted down eventually. I won't be able to collect wheat if I do that, but the thing is, if one of my little cultist guys ends up having the shit for it, like if he ends up being like, for instance, Kai, the guy I just hooked him up with the stuff. He's gonna be doing that. He's gonna be the member of my cult out in the public doing that stuff with the dealings of potions and whatnot in the south, and then I'll be doing it in Windhelm. Ooh. So eventually, if I have to go into hiding because Windhelm either kicks out Argonians because it's leaning that way, or if like I get exposed after doing all of this stuff and like having these sermons and whatnot. It's like I'm using the Hist as cover for Sithis, because that's what Sithis does. That's how he got me, so that's how I'm gonna get them. So, the wheat and the garlic, I have so much garlic, but not a lot of wheat. It's kind of leaning that way because the guards are constantly asking, aren't they supposed to be at the docks, you know? So they're hiring these people to guard the place who don't like Argonians, and that's only going to lead to one thing, is Argonians being, you know, shunned from Windhelm, which is good for lore. You know, it's good for the RP, like the Argonians, like, it'll be one of the deciding factors that makes Hist live here. And when that happens, that's when I'll take all this footage and show it to the staff and say, look, I need something here that I can, like, whether it's a little shanty shack with one bed and an alchemy table outside. I don't care about the, like, it can be a shed that I can lock the door so nobody can get in, with a bed and a chest that I can lock. That's all I care about. One chest and a bed. A little shanty thing that I can have over there. And if I can't, then whatever. Then I'll be living with what's on me, and that's completely fine. Like, I don't have to build a little shack over there and put an alchemy table over there. So, I was talking about standing over by that tree on that lip and having them sit in between, like, where my head is. I stand there in a way, like on the edge of that lip, I stand there. And then they all kind of sit here. Or I stand up, I just do my sermon up here. Like, I stand up while they're down there. I might even just so I'm hidden from them, because they know you can't go up there. I don't think they'll see me unless they go this way. And they might see me. Sucks I can't get, like, nestled in the roots, you know what I mean? Kind of. Let's try that. No. Down in the crevice was better. It's 11:35. Oh, I fucked that up. That's better. Yeah. Yeah, so it's 11:35. We will see. Can't see that way. I can see the giving tree. There we go. We'll see them walk from the right side of the screen and then come past that little steam stacks of steam, puffs of steam, pillars, columns of steam, swaying columns of steam. Yes. Do you have anything prepared to say? In the words of the Brotherhood, the teachings will reveal themselves. No teaching is the same. Good idea, good idea. Let me go do that real quick. Over by the entrance. Oh wait, it's not in the way, but it's like a sign. Here we go. I go F3. It'll be in blue because it's in character stuff. 2 Argonian footprints can be seen in the mud. Medium, blue, large, face. Oh, I gotta move it. Here we go. Let me move it right to here. I have to do this quick because I don't want them to see me now. Argonian footprints can be seen in the mud. Another one. The footprints can be seen going. The footprints continue. Or more footprints, whatever. Is it going to disappear, or is it going to be... Okay, perfect. And then right here. One right here. The footprints. Turn left. Yeah, just do it. You're fine. Near place. There we go. That'll kind of force them that way. But more footprints leading up the near place. Delete that one. Okay. Now we get up there quick before they show up. What's cracking, Scale Brother? Based Mace. Are you an Argonian on the server as well? Not outside. No, I wasn't gonna put it outside. Right. So it's 11:43. You got about 15 minutes. Let me mess with my mouse real quick. This one is the angry. No, this one. Yeah, the angry, thing. This is the angry talk. This is what I'll be doing mostly. But there is also pray. Regular pray. I guess I could go with this is so hard to see. Okay, sit on needs is period. That is the angry ritual thing. Just semicolon. White Brow, which is that one. Study, which is that one. That's the read letter. That's what I'm reading. I could change that to gray for now. Okay. I have them set for 24 hours too. So like after this, for 24 hours, those footprints are gonna stay there. And like it will be a sign for people who aren't in the cult who come across this. Like, man, it looks like a lot of Argonians have been here, bro. Like after every Wednesday, once they catch on that every Wednesday will get spied on. It's kind of like a out of character, intentional, you know, like way for people to find out, you know. And it's gonna take a week or two before somebody catches on that those things are there every Wednesday. You know, at least a week. It's at least gonna take 2 weeks, you know. So how is the resolution of the stream? How's that water look? Is it impressive? Let me try to see. Wait for it to turn. It's a little delayed. Oh wow, yeah. It's much better than it was before. You're looking at exactly what I'm looking at, pretty much. From what I'm seeing, anyway. That's pretty good. Like, my goal is to get them to go into that little opening and sit around and wait. And then, at about midnight, is when I'll stand up. They'll think I had just revealed. You know, I was invisible and I just revealed myself. Yeah. It'll be cool. I'm just waiting for him to show up. So we have a potential of 3 initiates. Eats many things. Ulak and Takai. I've just been calling him Kai. And I want them to call me Suresh when we're like when after doing like my introduction about us, like the first gathering, right? I'll go down and I'll ask them to you know, introduce ourselves with our traditional names. My traditional name is Suresh, which is silence, which kind of coincides with what's going to happen. Is like, you never say this name out in public. I am Speaks-as-Hist out in public. People know me as that. But there's something here that needs to be kept secret, not just the tree, but also the words involved that I've just said. So we need to keep all this secret. My name is Suresh to you, but in the public's eye, you call me Speaks-as-Hist, or Hist, or Speaks, whatever. And then I'll ask them to tell me their traditional Argonian names. You know, like, which is most likely Takai and Ulat, and I'll say I believe you two. I believe the names you've given me are already traditional Argonian names. But what about you? Eats many things. I know you did mention it to me at one point, but what is your traditional name? Because he did say that episode 1, when I met him, he told me, and we've just been calling him Eat since. The 9 minutes. Welcome, Egg Brothers. Yes. Hey, hey! That is Scales of Midnight. That's Scales of Midnight. Is it? No, that's... That's Kai. I thought it was Scales of Midnight because of the red plumage. Ah, he must have seen me.
Ah, I missed my jump. My scales were dirty from laying down anyway. And this moss seems to have grown. I'm down here now. Don't know if you...
I see. Has anyone else up, or am I the...
You are the first. It's still a little early. I expected people to be showing up around this time. Could you see my feet or something sticking up? I think I found an easier way as well, rather than falling down the waterfall. guess that I'm expecting 2 others. From a distance, I thought you were another Argonian that I met. The plumage from behind, from a distance, it almost looks red, which reminded me of Scales of Midnight. I met them a couple times when I was residing in Whiterun.
I see. I have not before.
It's quite tall, large red plumage on the back of their head. More plumage than you have. Once you got closer, I saw that it was you.
I did bring a couple of the mushrooms and roots and what. I figured I'd see you here. What I've harvested.
Yes.
It's not so much, but yours.
Yes, I was laying up there, and kind of in hopes that nobody would see me yet, and you all would gather first and talk amongst each other. Trying to be sneaky.
Yes, well, I suppose I'll end up standing here to myself, I guess.
Yes, I wasn't going to leave you out here alone. But I was thinking, when you're all here, I possibly stand here, kind of looks over. I was going to stand up there and yell.
I will admit it was foreboding figure in the distance when you were standing up. It felt grand, very real almost.
Yes, so you saw me up there. I was trying to lay in the crevice so you couldn't see.
See.
Fortunate. I'll have to find a better hiding spot.
There are many in here. There's all sorts of crevices and whatnot one could hide behind. You could even make it a game. You drink an ability potion and run off hiding spot. The rest of us have to fight.
Yes, I should have brought more. I used them getting away from that bear.
Another pesky bear.
I do have one.
I have a couple on. So I brought many potions. I wasn't sure how many others there would if they had any need of them, so you might as well keep along just in case. We have a couple on me.
Yes, perhaps. That chest, we won't lock it. We'll leave it open for people to take from. I like to leave things in there on occasion for passerbys.
Indeed. I may
arriving
wander
soon.
around for a moment here. Pick up some of these mushrooms that are to be picked.
I guess. Think I'm going to rest by the waterfall, maybe over here. I'll just sit down. Yes.
This is a good spot to hide.
I found a decent spot to hide, yes.
I wish when I zoomed in, like, why is it? I understand, you know, kind of, but I wish it was like, when I zoomed in like that, it zoomed in on my face. Yeah. I had a feeling he was going to show up because I had just talked to him. So I'm wondering if G and Eats Many Things and Ulat show up. Thing is, I don't know if G knows about this spot. I think I found this after. Looks like if he picked up on the message, I did talk to him about this cave, but I never showed it to him. But we got Kai here already. There's Ulat, Eats Many Things, and G, but G hasn't been here. He's not so much an initiate because he's already well knowledged in the Hist and Sithis, more so than even Hist is. So he's the Sithis to the Hist, right? So like he has that knowledge, that secret knowledge that kind of needs to be like gatekept so that people don't, you know. With lack of understanding comes fear, so with fear comes wrath. And with wrath comes sorrow. That's part of the books too. It's actually a quote from the book. One of them. I wish I could like draw really good. I want to make comic books with Stories of the Dead stuff, and maybe even this too. Like turn it into a comic book. You know, this whole thing that we're doing, and then sell it to Tom Howard. Tom Howard, right? Am I butchering it? Ooh.
Mhm. Mm. Yes, I do hope the others saw the message.
Indeed.
It
I thought
is.
it was pretty, but
What was that? Sorry.
I my message was straightforward. To be honest, I knew when, but maybe not so easy just to understand.
Yes. Yes, that was intentional. It was to see if the moment stuck with them. Only those who came here and had that talk as I had with you. I went a little bit more in depth with you than I did with the others. I didn't tell them about the prophecy I saw of Nern returning to the beasts, but I planted seeds, and they seemed to grow in the few moments of conversation we had here, so perhaps that note, if they saw it, they will pick up on its meaning. I didn't want to have it too revealing.
Unfortunately, I was able to speak the folks for Stone. I have not seen in a few days. Otherwise, I would have informed of this as well. But alas.
Yes. Well, I suppose when the numbers that will be here tonight, whether it be 2 or 4, the numbers will grow in time.
I that
The spot up there was quite nice to be able to see if somebody was coming. At least here I can hear them better.
yes. Is still a spider wandering around up there, or is it safe?
Night. Still wandering around up there. You can still hear me, right? I kind of lowered my voice. I don't want to be too quiet. The waters are quite loud. The falls.
Yes.
You can hear me? Good.
Oh, yes, I think. Here, although admittedly, the sounds are taking some of your words, I'm afraid.
Are the winds in here as well?
Yes, nowhere is safe, it seems.
Well, I'm going to do a test. I'm going to talk for a few moments, and more than a few moments, rather. I'm going to ramble, you could say, and you let me know how bad it was, and if it was audible, if you could hear and get the gist of what I'm saying, or if it was gibberish, and if the words did not make sense due to the winds taking some of them out of the sentences.
Yes, I say for the most part catching most all your words, but every once in a while it seems that the wind take over and black ears, or so when I cannot hear. But I understand on average.
Yes. Well, I hope perhaps the gods will bless us with the storm and these winds will pass.
Aye, that'd be nice.
I'm gonna try to Try to get a restart. They're showing pictures of an Argonian vampire in the Discord. And the Khajiit vampire. Okay, so it's just showing the boost of getting of being a vampire, I suppose.
I will say, even if I were to just come here once a week, sit in silence and enjoy the peace, quiet with Argonian, it will have been a wild travel.
Yes. I often smoke the Nernroot here. Speaking of which, I might as well take a puff.
Might well, I suppose.
Blue. It'll only be for 5 minutes. Place. I gotta move it out here. Like this.
If you wouldn't mind doing a bit of a rambler for me so I could hear how bad the winds are. Just for a reference.
I suppose I can try. I suppose I'll tell you a bit about my history, my time in Skyrim. My parents, like I mentioned before, have been rift in all our lives. Were simple fishermen, and I believe they did me to be the same. In fact, my name is even a sort of beyond this. A ta, meaning father, and king, to become. I was simply always destined to just become father. Well, I had other dreams, I suppose. Eventually, they passed. I was wandering around the rift, looking for a place home. I really found one, but did find myself with the wild, and that's when I started picking up alchemy as a hobby. I started to study the flora of the land, the mushroom, the flowers. Started to understand where these things grew and what their alchemic potential might be. And I mean that a overview of sort of my life story up into a couple of important moments.
Nice. I see what you mean. I got the gist of it. I heard most of it. The winds are quite bad in here.
Yeah, as well. Perhaps the winds are a blessing in disguise for a pickup. It allows for moments of peace. And suddenly,
Yes.
Okay, I'll be able to see motion. I keep almost thinking the water rushing is a person. That'd be a good thumbnail. The smell of burning nunert wafted the smoke-filled air. Seems to be bad for everyone. Seems. We need a restart, so I sent a GIF and it says, "Hello, IT. Have you tried turning it off and on again?" Like, you're IT and you're getting a call.
Yes. Is it better when I speak slow?
Perhaps slightly, although it is not perfect, I think.
Hmm.
That's a major issue for an RP server to not be able to talk to people. It'd be to talk to you. It would be nice to be able to talk to you. That's what I was. I'm just hoping for a restart. He does seem so solemn. Did you get the gist of the hist? Brooks. Yeah. It's unfortunate, and it wasn't happening at first. It's something new, and he has this new thing with it watches the logs and like gives him bug reports on the issues to streamline it, right? And that's good, but ever since he added that, it seems like that's too much strain on the server. The server's doing much talking back and forth at once. I think that's the issue. Like ever since that thing was added, where it was like, hey, I got something that's gonna help with tracking bug fixes. I just implemented that, and then that's when the voice issue started. So it's got something to do with the server thing, trying to do too many, like I don't know if it's also putting together these bug reports. It's also trying to keep all these voices sent like into the same room. Like if VR chat can do it, this can do it. So that there's an issue that needs to get fixed. I mean, it's not really my place to. In bug reports, like they know there's an issue with the voice, and he keeps trying to. So, if you remember conversation we had about how my buddy Jesse was like doing a different change to his grow, he was like the system that he had was working, and he changed one interval and everything stopped working, so he tried to change other things to get it to go back to working, instead of just removing that other thing and putting it back to the way it was, and then trying to finagle a way to do what he wanted. He's been trying to force what he wanted into something that's not working, right? So it's like he's got to take whatever, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but like I've done coding with XML, and that's obviously different than this. So like I've done things where when I'm implementing changes to my server on console, and like I said, it's a completely different ball game. If something breaks, like something major, right? For instance, I put this is a good example, right? It's not like game breaking. People are still being able to play, right? Just like this, people are still able to play, but it's just kind of a nuisance. I put grenades set to ruined inside of a specific type of zombie, and so that when you kill the zombie explodes and kills you and anybody around for like 12 to 15 meters. So like they're very dangerous, and people kill them from a distance while they're in the hordes in order to lower the amount of zombies they actually have to fight. And in the process of doing that, I made every grenade that spawns on the server spawn as ruined and immediately explode. So the server has no grenades spawned, and it's trying to force this amount of grenades to be on the server, right? And if, let's say it's a very low pop, because it's a 24 slot server, it's not a huge thing. So like, if you're walking around alone, for the longest time you'd hear boom, 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 boom. It's like a bunch of explosions, and you're like, holy fuck, and it freaks you out. And we couldn't figure out what was wrong. And it was because those grenades were still spawning. So what I had to do is stop those grenades from spawning and increase the amount of the other type of grenade, because there's two types, and I basically meant to cancel out one, use it for the zombies, and use the other one for the server, so like for loot that spawned. So it was like I did something, and for the longest time had no idea how to fix it. And it was something as simple as like I thought it was, I had accidentally put, because zombies explode if they're in gas, right? Like they're affected by this gas. So I have these special gas zones that don't kill the player but kill the zombie, and there's like lore involved with it, but the players are just in speculation about it. They have been like speculating, they're not like knowledge of anything. They don't have any concrete evidence yet. So I don't think the others are coming. I'm gonna give it another 3 minutes.
Yes. Well, it seems we might be the only ones this time. Perhaps
So it is, yes.
they may not have seen the post. I've put many of them around all the holes, or the surrounding holes anyway. And they either didn't see it or they saw it and it didn't quite click in their minds. So, it is fine.
Well, all things must begin somewhere. And
Yes.
this tree was just a seed. And
Yes.
so, if we are just seeds, no, then maybe in a week's time we'll begin to sprout, and then numbers can grow and grow from that point.
Yes. I wasn't quite sure what I was going to say. A summary of the conversations that I've had with you all. Ending with the reveal of what I told you about the prophecy. And that we must gather and prepare each other. And although we must do our daily jobs, we are alchemists, and some of us are farmers and hunters and warriors. Though we must continue our daily lives, we must prepare for when those daily lives might come to an end. It could be soon, it could be in the distant future, and all we can do is prepare.
Yes. I think this message would resonate.
Yes, with everything that's happened, from the child that I could not save, to the white gold concordant, to the loss of Drathan and Corellia, finding this place, it feels like a wheel, and in turning it remembers. There's things about my life that I once saw as wrong, fearful, or neglectful of them. I saw them as wrong, and now the only thing I see wrong is the acceptance of death, the allowing of what falls around you to crush you as well. Knowing when to step out of the building before the roof caves in. In a way, this is helping others have that same mindset of stepping out before being crushed. I have a feeling things are falling soon. The guards in Windhelm have already started to be more abrasive towards me, despite my relationship with Ragnar and Ira, the Jarl and Steward. There's many of them that I've become friends with. But the more that come in, I see the true color of the Nords. Some of them are unique. They stand out from the others.
This is the first that I'm hearing of abrasive behavior from Lux and Windhelm. Although I suppose it is not the first time the locals have not looked fondly at our people.
Yes, the Windhelm was changing for the better. Draythan and Corellia, they brought people of all kins together, gave them purpose. And those of different kin worked in tandem with those of others. And he and the Traders Guild and everything that we did brought change, but now that they're gone, I cannot do that change alone. Now that they're gone, I see that my path is different than it was. Not meant to bring peace to Windhelm and all of Skyrim. It's meant to prepare the few, the wise. Not meant to rot away in an alchemy shop. I don't want to go like Draythan and Corellia. They were torn to pieces by werewolves. Yes. And that fear, it fuels me. We're not supposed to look at something and fear it and run away from it. The fear of death, it leads me to something greater than death itself.
Indeed. I think with an apt and good amount of respect for death, push more in their time with life.
Yes, as our conversations went before, there were sympathies between opposites. They were similar yet completely different. Paradoxes, I would say. So death is required for life to exist. But I do not feel that death is required for life to persist. If one were to achieve greatness in some way, whether it be living on in legend, just like the Nords, they speak of Talos, to live on in legend, to become a part of the memory of the people who descend from you. That is immortality itself, for as long as the memory lasts. And that is why when this all falls, when Nern returns to the beasts, we can't forget. We can't forget the cause of it all. We have to learn from it. We have to learn what was done wrong, what could have been done better. Within ourselves as well. If we do not cleanse the inner mirror before trying to change the world, one sees The same thing repeated. Ruin.
Yeah, indeed. Is that phrase what history repeats itself? Is so destined to do so again and again until we allow our memories and our experience and our loved ones lead us to a brighter future.
Yes. Though Drathan and Corellia be gone, the lessons that I learned from them, the release of burdens, the not blaming of oneself for things that one could not control. The hands are in the Hist, you could say. All things are in the hands of the Hist. The tree does not grow upwards because it chooses to. It is because it needs to.
You know, there's something so comforting about returning to the Hit that even when my time is up, I shall still be a part of something grand, something great, something is the ability to guide our word well beyond the years that I could spend on Earth. This is I think. It's not something that should be feared of or worried about. I spend my time here doing as much as I can, having and it's where I can. When my time comes, I shall also that His will welcome me with arms, so I may return and guide our people forward once again.
Yes. And even if our names are only remembered in memory, like I said, the lessons, they will continue, even if the name of the lesson is forgotten. If the pattern continues, that is what is important. Words don't matter, intentions don't matter, patterns matter.
Yes, this is a wise, but an easy to understand, I think.
Yes. It means if you want to do good, yet your choices that you make are selfish, if they are not in accordance with being in balance, that will also lead you to ruin.
Indeed. Ambition is a thing in moderation, but history shows us that the most ambitious people in the West usually have the great balls, and so we would do wise to not overstep, push too hard, but have an influence where we can.
Yes. I feel as though, regardless of there only being two, the conversations here will resonate in our minds. They will stick. They will stay like a boot into soft earth. The footprint is left behind. Even if you don't, even if some people don't pick up on it at first, years later they might have a moment in their life that reveals that what you said had meaning, though at the time it was abrasive, you could say. Which leads me to the abrasiveness of the lords. The new guards,
Yes.
they seem to be unaccepting of our kin. And I fear as though there may be a time that I must leave Windhelm, and it may be sooner than later. And if that were to happen,
Well,
I will empty out my shop if I cannot speak to Ragnar first. If he wishes to purchase the shop back from me, with an increased rate, considering the amount of coins worth of potions that are there, and ingredients, then much of that stuff will be given to you to continue your alchemical needs. And I suppose
Yes,
I
yes.
could retire from alchemy and focus on my arts, if that is something that you are interested in.
yeah, my hope is that one day we'll attain enough knowledge to be considered a master alchemist. So, from this now, I do still have a great desire to learn, out of curiosity for myself, not necessarily wanting to be the greatest of all time. I simply see and I wish to learn. I think knowledge is a rich thing. These things should be recorded somewhere.
Yes. I was thinking about a will after the loss of Drathan in Karelia. It was so sudden. In a way, I want to prepare for my demise if that were to come sooner than later as well, so I suppose I should document that as well. You mentioned documentation, and that reminded me.
Yes, I think it would maybe be a long-term goal of mine to document my studies and perhaps write a research book or something I could use to teach who are interested in learning. I think knowledge is great, but it should pass on and not. I think it would be good if there are others willing to give them the opportunity to.
Yes. Perhaps you could be a scribe of the Hist. The words that I speak, I sometimes forget shortly after due to the nature of how they flow and my age. But if you were able to document things, then that would definitely help ensure that both of our memory will live on.
Indeed. The winds are picking up quite a lot now. It is getting hard here.
Yes. Yes, I was basically saying that you could possibly be the scribe of the Hist. Whereas I am Speaks-as-Hist, you could write as the Hist and essentially document our journey as whatever this is. I would like to call ourselves Harmonious Masters. Though we not be masters yet, someday maybe. We are harmonious.
Yes, this is a nice title, a good ring to it. I suppose there's not much documentation all in way of the Hist and its existence in Skyrim as a province. I think this would be information that really could make its way back to itself, and they would be quite curious to make pilgrimages here on occasion if it can speak to them.
Yes. And we will have meetings that are secretive. And then we will also have meetings that can be in the open. You could say we could teach those about the Hist. I could lighten the sermon in a way that is more acceptable to outsiders. And then those who seem to have a particular mindset similar to ours, then perhaps I pull them aside afterwards and ask them to come and stay after and have a deeper talk.
I need to, I would also be willing to offer up my own space, my own farm as a potential meeting location. I think, as far as worship and religion goes, it's very open and allowing everyone to revere who they be. And I know other whole less tolerant of preaching the Hist and not.
Yes, yes. There, I found another alchemy shop that's not far from you. It's a little bit to the west, on the corner of the mountains, just on the edge of a cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, rather, there's this little alchemy shop, wall stand, rather, with a little hut. It's nothing that's completely sealed off, but perhaps in time I might be able to seal it off. Rather than having storage here that someone would pass by and want to pilfer, perhaps that alchemy, it's a shack in the woods. There's Death Bell and Night Shade.
I know the one you said.
Yes, it's very small, quaint, hidden in the woods. Quite similar to yours. Doesn't have the house, though. But that's fine. I could just reside there.
Yes, it is a nice enough place, although also that one bear cave. I was that sure is of bears.
I stepped in that, heard the roars, looked around the corner, saw two of the bastards, and ran. I wasn't staying.
They are everywhere out there. Luckily, they like to patrol, so I'm able to steer clear of them, but it's certainly a place to live for the faint-hearted.
Yes. I guess that would keep thieves away, at least. Some of them won't fret dangerous woods like that, full of bears and spiders.
Yeah, the lands down there are so traveled by people as much as they're traveled by wolves and spiders and bears, but creatures won't sack an alchemy shack, at least unless you have some honey in it, I suppose.
Oh, it seems we've got some bugs flying in. Is that a Luna moth? I think it is. Oh no, it flew across. Come here.
Yes. The little moths, bugs, do like to come out at night. Although I haven't had much success catching the such bugs yet. They are tricky. Even when I have got one, I never quite have.
Yes, it's like you squish you grab them too tight and you break the thing, so it's no use.
Yes. It's a shame. I would like to do some research on that, alas. But I'm sure I will have your fingers and be able to grab the sky without much damage.
Yes, yes. Well, perhaps next week. Might have more people then. But if you find anybody, and you feel as though they'd have an interest, tell them about the date, about the poster, about this location, if you feel you could trust them.
Yes, indeed. Definitely sort out those who do not necessarily agree, but I would more willing to bring those, even curious, because even when you brought, you could say I'm not invested in the idea that I could connect to the Hist. Being here changed my worldview. I'm glad that you took the leap of faith on me.
Yes. Yes, I felt as though that you needed this. That you felt, after you introduced yourself and told me a little bit about you, I felt as though this was important for you, even though you did not realize it.
I feel you are correct. It was to run in deep.
Yes. So be sure not to. We've already had the conversation many times. You know what you're doing. When it comes to
Yes.
initiates.
Well, I think I will be heading back to Clifton.
Yes.
How about, if you'd like, I can have. I did bring some fly amanita and canis for you.
Oh, yes, I'll grab those. And whenever you're getting lower on those bigger potions, just let me know and I'll stock you back up.
And given the sheer of things you gave me good for quite a while, I think.
Yes. That was the plan. I wanted to make sure that you were ready to open so you could start making your money and... yes, good. Thank you.
Not so much just because I've been on some fly amanita back my own work, but I wish I could give you the dart wings, but it's been raining so damn much that it's hard to catch those pest bugs.
Yes, on the way here I saw about 4, but I only caught, I think, 2. So I'm at about 50.
They're tricky.
Yes.
Far trickier than the butterflies. I find them pretty to catch a butterfly their wings, but the dart wings, they're fickle. That's
Very
what
fast.
They're fickle.
Well, I thank you for coming. And
Yes, of course.
I will see you along the path, I suppose. The path that we are forced to take every day.
Indeed. So, my friend.
You
May
as
the
well.
Hist guide you always.
Well met and stay with. May the Hist be with you, my friend.
So no, we didn't get the other two. And G doesn't know about it. Doesn't know about this place. It looks like a restoration, but it's not. We're in a dungeon. Why can't I pick that up? I think while I'm in here, I know where boots. Yeah, I need an alchemy table. Right here. Right here. I forgot to give him those. Forgot to give him one. Okay, I got my crab legs. Got the oil. I'll keep that. I'll put the cheese in there. I'm gonna eat the butter. Because I'm starving. So, you see why I did what I did? Basically gave him a bunch of potions and he's just gonna like be throwing me stuff to work on my alchemy with. Nernroot, the Dart Wings, the Amanitas. He usually has a bunch of other mushrooms too, but he didn't this time. It's fine. Okay. Um, there's a high chance that the Nords could turn violent. Ragnar would be severely pissed, but there's a chance that one of them, like if I talk back, he's pulling out a sword. I really like the dark brown rugged cape there. Um, yeah. See, I'll have them for a bit. I have done a little bit of work with them, but they act weird. Thought that was a crab. Huzzah! Okay. So, yeah, head back to Windhelm and make a shit ton of potions. Dun, dun, dun. All right. Thought that was chest bay. Nope. Yeah, that's how I punched the professor. Although it takes longer for me to cast that one, it does give me more experience, I believe. Basically just getting what's along the road now. Okay, I need to save some energy for the wheat. And like, I don't need to make health potions for a while, I just need to collect wheat. So that when I'm leveled up more, I'm making better potions with the wheat rather than like once I'm making like 75 to 100 health potions, you know what I mean? Then I'll start using them. Here's hoping no werewolves. Yeah, might as well grab snowberries. I'm exhausted. Argonian poop break, anybody? Argonian poop break. I locked the door so nobody can open it on me. The fact is, you're supposed to lock the door when you go in it. Drayton and Corelli had the locked to go in. I guess they didn't want anybody else pooping in there besides us three, which I get it. You don't want random passerbys dropping logs in your outhouse when you're the one that cleans it all the time, you know? Makes sense. Be right back. Okay. Okay. So let me adjust this music because I can hear it on my headphones, but okay. Yep. I'll turn all of these up to there. Is that better? Like I have my mic pulled all the way up to like -12, and I got my, at times my voice will hit the yellow, but only when I get really loud. So it like hits the yellow but stops. Decibels or whatever. Okay, so you're telling me I should go even louder with my own voice in comparison. So like in comparison to other people around me in the stream, like I don't want my voice to be like overbearing in the stream compared to other people's voices. I want it to be about the same. Granted, some people have their mics cranked, but I feel like the conversation we just had with Kai was a good level to go off of. Like he's not too loud, he's kind of perfect level. Oh. So is that better with the music? I just turned it up a little bit more. I don't have a water in here, damn it. Some of the songs are louder than others too, so it's kind of... You're almost at max and the music sounds perfect. Good. Like, I don't want it to be overbearing. Like, especially with, like, editing and stuff. I'd rather have it subtle so it doesn't overpower the voices. I gotta grab a water real quick. I'll be right back. Less time than I took last time to smoke a cigarette, so uno momento. Literally uno momento. Okay. Okay, so a good level? Good, good. Okay. So I locked it. Unlock. That way people can poop. Someone walked by and killed the animals. Was it the werewolf? Did you hear him? Already gathered. Motherfuckers! I should be locking this so they can't take my... Okay. They didn't take this. And like... I still have access to this farm until somebody else buys it. I don't need to go anywhere. I could do it right here. Do what? Maybe we'll get that wheat from the other farms. What's the flowers? I got like over 1,000 flowers. Ah, somebody. This wheat too, I bet. Yep. What the fuck is... You got the snow bears too? No. You have milk too? Motherfuckers. I'll grab them because there's no wheat for me to grab. No. No, I'm not disappointed with it. We need to find Beam Jar and see what the sap speaker thing is all about. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I hope you weren't disappointed with the turnaround. Perhaps it's like your friend said, planting seeds starts small as the tree was once small. Yes, yes. I didn't expect anybody to show up but him, honestly. I didn't think that the others would have saw the message. So now that we've had a small meeting, just us, Takai, I can find G again, and Eats, and Ulat. Take the mask off. Oh, I already did. Okay. Watch your pockets when Khajiit are near. Perceptions will swiftly disappear. Yeah, they only stay for 24 hours. So I need to, like, every day do it. We meet where that there is life below. Wendas. What is the? There's like Mandas, Tudas. Wendas? Is it Wendas? Wendas? What is Wednesday in Skyrim word terminology? Because right now we're on the last seed, the 26th of the 4th era of the 185th year of the 4th era. What is Wednesday in Skyrim speak? Fuck it, Wednesday. I'm just gonna put it in a fucking. Middas? Okay. Thank you. We meet where there is life below. 2Ds. Mid-das at midnight Eastern Star Time. When's DOS? Midas seems right. Someone want to confirm that before I post this? We meet where there is life below. Mid-das at midnight Eastern Star Time. Is that the confirm 07? I don't know these terminologies. I'm old.
I'm an old man, remember? I say groovy.
Morndas. Terdas. Midas. Terdas. With a U, not an I. My RP story? It's rather intricate. I was a little Argonian that was beaten on all my life by the bigger ones until I drank of the sap and I had a experience that dubbed me the name Speaks-as-Hist. And now I'm starting a cult. So my backstory was like I was sent out into the world in order to find knowledge of restoration, and to spread the word of the Hist. So I'm like a preacher in a way. But my friends recently were brutally murdered by werewolves. And the guards seem to be turning against Argonians now that Drathan and Corellia aren't here. Ragnar's gonna be pissed when he hears about that. But then, this is what I foresee happening. I foresee the guards getting pissed that Ragnar isn't upholding like Nord ideology. And they might try to usurp his throne. I'm doing Midas because it's what I want to do. Immersion. Pick this garlic and then go into my shop. Oh yes, I own a shop in Windhelm. I am their alchemist. I befriended the Jarl. Now Jarl. He wasn't it when I first befriended him. But now he's the Jarl. Ah, damn it, I always do that. Whoopsie. Hi guys, let's go back in here. Turn back around. Hit G. Lock. Yes. What server are you playing? You're allowed to talk about the other server. Doesn't mean I have to talk good about the other server. Yeah, this was... Let me... Gonna be good for the vampires. If them start coming about, well, good for killing the vampires, not good for them. Imperial bow of greater disintegration reduces enemy weapon damage by 20% for 30 seconds. That is fucking strong. Damn. Yeah, a lot of shit. Okay. Let's put... Okay. Let's make a bunch of potions. Oh, nice. Nice, you're doing the single player RP, yes. That's what's good about Skyrim, is it's good for that. But yeah, this is Mereth RP, it's public RP. Oh, oh. Shit's wicked. It's acting weird. There we go. It's public modded RP server. I look like this. Let me get that down there. That's my guy. Purple Argonian with a bunch of plumage. So much shit I can barely move, and I'm out of energy. How am I out of? That's a pain in my ass right there. Looks like I'm moseying on over to the inn. Pain in the ass. I was looking at chat. New to Skyrim as well? Like you're... I'm fairly new to Skyrim as well. Also, rather. Yes. I am... not new to RP. Doing RP... Well, the oldest... the longest back... farthest back. I couldn't think of the right word. The longest back. No, I almost did it again. The farthest back I can remember the first time that I RP'd was sitting on the couch with my brother watching Rugrats, arguing over who's gonna be Tommy. I'm Tommy. No, I'm Tommy. You're Chucky. Chucky's lame. I want to be Tommy. You know, like, just being kids, putting yourselves in the show. That was my first RP experience. I have to put my... Hey, as the Argonian bus is pipe. Stays for 5 minutes. People can see it from a medium length. It needs to be medium. I need to pull back a little bit so it's in the air. That should be better. Yeah. It's like over me, and that way you can still see it. Kind of. It's easier like that with the dark behind it. The smell of burning nerve wafts through the smoke-filled air as the Argonian puffs his pipe. Gotta get the energy back. Energico. Yeah. Sucks I gotta sit so often. It makes sense though, like even when I was doing electrical, I'd have to sit down sometimes. Even standing at a register, I gotta sit down sometimes. Even sitting at a computer streaming, I gotta stand up sometimes. I get it. I'm basically gonna pump out a bunch of potions. I was hoping to come into Ragnar or IRA so I can pay my taxes. Crazy I gotta worry about paying taxes. Like, I'm gonna pay for this week and next week. I'm not gonna pay the full month in advance. Because, like you said last stream, if I just give them all that money, they'd be like, oh, we obviously need to charge you more for taxes. With that, while I wait. I'm surprised they're not like, alright, well, I have to charge you for the farm taxes too this week. My personal died. Yeah. Drayton and Corellia dying was a huge hit for the server. Even people who had no idea who they were are going to be infected by that. Not infected, affected. They're going to be affected by it because Drayton was the best farmer on the server. Drayton was the one that got all of these deals ready so that all these holds had what they needed.
Hello. Yes, I am. I am the alchemist. I own the shop over in the market. Have I heard of House Mereth?
He says, pray tell, have you heard of House Mereth? I heard it existing here, and I am seeking information regarding them.
I am not sure. I've been traveling around for quite some time, the past 2 days, I'd say. So, I tend to stick to myself, in the alchemy shop. I'm not sure if, a house has been established here yet. Possibly, though. Your best chance would be to try to talk to... Ira, the steward. A blonde woman. And then...
Thank you for your time, Masura. Mafala cloak you. Mafala? Huh. Right. So they're not charging me a lot at all. It's 300 gold a week. It's like I'm just paying a rent. I'm not paying like actual taxes on the amount of gold I'm making. Which I'm not making a lot of gold. Like what made me the gold was my herbalism and selling to other people. I barely sold potions. Like the most potions I sold was to the hold itself. Like to the Jarl, to Ira. I'm glad I was running out of butane as that happened. I gotta put that thing back. Zoom out a little bit. notes over the table now. Yes, I thank you all for hanging out with me. Unfortunately, we didn't get the turnout that there was a possibility of nobody showing up, which is what I was honestly being prepared for. You know, I prepare for the worst. I don't expect the greatest. I prepare for the worst. Yeah, they tax us tax on the bed and amenities. They were like, we're just doing it by bed. 100 per bed that's in there. So like if Kai for his place, there was like 5 beds in there, bro. He could have an entire commune of Argonian fucking herbalist farmers, what have you, just living there. Oh man, that dab wrecked me. I need a moment. Ooh. It was one of those jabs that close your eyelids and like makes them heavy, and like when you go to open your eyes, all that happens is your eyebrows move up. I just take it that when that happens, it's just time to think. That's fine. Oh my lord. Puffing my nern for sure. Jesus Christ. I mean, the Hist? By the Hist? I guess. The Bella's Tits? Mara's Mercy? There's many. Huh. I inhaled too much of Kai's winds. Ooh. Oh, and the alchemy table, yeah. That's why it's 300. Duh. Almost. Let me cook. Well, potions. Okay. There we are. Now I may go. Man, that dab lowered the IQ, to say the least. Everything's moving a lot slower now. So you got to see Hist drunk last stream. How'd you guys like that? Talking to, Fuck, what was his name? Was that Ulat? No. Joe Brock. Joe. We got Joe G. Oh my god. Joe G. Man, Joe G. I miss that dude. Nearly a decade ago. Daisy RP flashback. I was psilocybin founding Phil's Trip Stop Depot, a mushroom shop also known as PTSD for short. and like I had a bunch of workers with me. We had a war against the AN as the Brotherhood, and then just started a mushroom shop after it happened, and kind of laid low, just got information. I had a worker named Joji. Joji, if you're out there and you end up watching this, I miss you. I remember you, friend. I don't forget the people who I interact with in RP. Like, if you gave my character meaning, like, you had an interaction with me that made me feel something, I'll remember you. Might take some time, just like I said, we got Joe and G, and I'm like, oh my god, Joe G. But G in this server starts with a J. Yeah, I was acting the hiccups. Yeah, so I don't like dabs that... so there's some dabs that use solvents. There are solventless extracts, which is rosin, where it's just heat and pressure, and you squeeze the bud and the dab comes out of the bud. The crystals melt and stick together, and you dab it. It's good. You can do that to hash too. You make hash and then press it. Hash rosin. Rosin is my favorite. Not resin. Rosin. So, people have been making this resin shit, and I'm like, yo, resin to me is the shit you scrape out of a pipe. You know, like, I was young and dumb once too. I smoked resin. That should be on a shirt. I was young and dumb once too. I smoked resin. Yep. But they're making this resin, and I'm pretty sure that there is some chemical, whether it be, you can do it with butane, you can do it with CO2, you can do it with alcohol, you can do it with, there's many chemicals you can do it with. Like, alcohol is a drug and a chemical, right? So like, the process that people will make their dabs with fucks with how the dabs come out. I don't like me some dabs that immediately taste like I just smelt a gas tank. They're very gassy, and it's because they blasted with butane and then they didn't purge it long enough. You're supposed to purge it when you use any solvents, and a lot of people don't purge it long enough. So like, for instance, they'll blast the butane into a tube full of bud, and dabs comes out into a hot plate on a Bunsen burner, and the dabs fall into the hot plate, and they, oh, there's a restart. There's a restart happening. I'll go sit down and talk about weed for a moment. So like, there's that shitty way of doing it, which is extremely scary. Like, you have to have the Bunsen burner up on top of something. Let's say you'd have like the Bunsen burner sitting on the drum, and I'm standing over it blasting butane through a glass tube full of weed, and it's just leaking out this extremely flammable, melted concoction of death, right? You inhale it, it can kill you. You light a cigarette, it will kill you. So like, butane is extremely flammable, and the reason why you have it up on the bucket is because the butane is heavier than air. It'll sit on the floor, so you got your Bunsen burner up on that. It's just a stupid idea. I've had a friend literally melt his tent with him and his girlfriend inside, his pregnant girlfriend inside of a tent. He was blasting dabs, and he thought he had opened the vents, right? and let it air out for like 20 minutes, thought it was long enough, and lit a cigarette and melted the tent on top of him and his girlfriend. They survived. He like ripped the tent open and got like 3rd-degree burns all over his right side of his body, but like his girlfriend was fine. It was, you know, he covered her up with a blanket and ripped the tent out. He learned that lesson. Don't blast in a tent. It was about to restart, so I'm just gonna throw it on intermission here for a moment. There we go. And you want my music or SOTD music? Do you want some Latin zombie apocalypse esoteric shit, or do you want peaceful acoustic music? Could be this. Weed resin equals hash. So, in my mind, hash is, you can dry sift hash, and like, the crystals, like you get really dry weed, and you grind it up and you put it on like a cheesecloth over a drum, like some sort of, you can do it over parchment paper, and like the cheesecloth is on a bucket that has the bottom cut off it, so the bucket's just sitting on the parchment paper, and you throw the grinded weed into there, and you just like play drums on the bucket, vibrate it, and all of that shit will fall onto there. You scoop it all up and you get a press ready, you know, whether it be you can hand press it with gloves, and the hand, like the warmth of your hands will melt it enough so that it sticks. But what I like to do is get myself a little press, and I'll scoop it all up, put it in the press, and I'll get oven mitts, get them ready, because you're gonna need it. And I'll take my torch and just heat up the container, the press without the top in it. It's like if I had the top in it and then like heat and pressure, whatnot, so I'll have the top off and I'll just kind of from a distance warm it up so I can't touch it with my bare hands, but I make sure that the it's not like getting red, you know. You don't want to like literally heat the metal up. You just gotta want to get it really warm, too hot to touch, but hot enough that you can, not hot enough that you can can't hold with a mitt, you know, like an oven mitt. So you like, after heating it up and making sure that you're not burning the hash, you like look down and make sure that the keef is not turning black or brown. You kind of press it down a little bit with the top of it. The press comes with this little mechanism. As you tighten it, there's this press that gets screwed downwards and presses against another flat press. So like, makes a little coin, right? I like doing that. See if this patch is going through yet. Like, you don't need any solvents with that, and like all you need is heat. If you don't heat it up, it's gonna like break apart and fall back into dust. And if you get a lot of plant matter in it, it's not gonna wanna, it'll look more green. So you wanna get it like a cheesecloth. You can do different stages of screens. Like your grinder screen will get most of it, but then, there we go, it's down. I don't see patch yet. Good night, Silver. Good night, Silver. It's 2. I have to work at, I think I'm 12 to 7 tomorrow. So I can go for another hour, make some potions, talk to you guys. it's really so like the other people in the tribe that I'm starting. Like I'm starting my own tribe essentially and calling this tree in there our history. I am Suresh, right? That's what they'll call me, and I'll be the elder, the sap speaker, you know, or the tree minder. They also call it. It looks like it's ready to come up. Yes. So I did the transition to starting my own Argonian tribe in Skyrim. Like underground too. Like we're at a gate. And like if later on I die off, or if I go off and do something else and this tribe continues, you know, like I'm creating the founders of a tribe right now. Essentially, it's not a cult; it's a tribe. Misty Mansion, yeah. So, is there an Argonian language translator out there? Like, is it that in depth? Like Lord of the Rings, where there's like an actual Elvish language, Dwarven language, like Black speech. Save 10 of them. Let's resist frost. Yes. Generate stamina. Stamina and illusion. It doesn't actually do it though. Well, let's see. So apparently I made one of them. What if I light armor? Honeycomb and skeeper tail. Visibility. 39 seconds, it says. That's more than 20. There are a lot of those, so let's click that. See what this makes. Nern. Okay, just in case it's not working right. That's gotta do something. Let's just didn't do anything. I don't know. There's Death Bell and Nerner do. Damage health. Aha. There we go. Invisibility is what it's for. And flip around. Oops. I don't have to do that anymore. What am I doing? What am I doing? I just got in a flow, right? Okay, I was like, does every flower do something with this Dartwing? Orange. Okay. Snowberry still doesn't have its... Wasted. Slide this up. Come on, Snowberries, show me what your last thing is. Snowberry, comply with me. I had to have used garlic and snowberries before. Yeah. God damn! I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna happen. It's probably some obscure thing. One of these ones that I'm not using, because I don't have enough of. Blue Dartwing. There's another blue Dartwing. Store Hill. Okay, Snowberry. Bristlewood? No. Bleeding Crowd. Snowberry. Okay. It's gotta be one of those random ones. Okay. Am I don't think I'm out of energy, am I? I might be. No, I'm not. Oh, nice. Okay. Ow. I want to say wheat, giant toe, and creep cluster. Giant toe? Like giant's toe. Salmon roe? Possibly. Probably get it if you're a fisherman. They've probably been eating it, honestly. I'll make some of these. Okay. Fortify stamina. Magicka, I could use more of those. Like, the orders that are coming through for things are not in accordance with the amount of solution of enhanced stamina. Where did that come from? But they're not in accordance with how many potions I need to make, right? So, like, the hold has already blasted through most of those potions, most likely, that I gave him. I gave him almost 1,000 potions. So, that, put it this way. I haven't put any potions away since being back, right? I got back, put potions away, now I'm making potions, right? It's taking me that long, I gotta go sit in an inn and come back, make potions. I made this many. And if, like, it takes me days because of the energy cost, if I have to sit down and waste time in order to make these potions, like, I'm literally wasting time because I'm just sitting there doing nothing when I could be out fighting, focusing on my magic, right? So, like, I've been doing this for about, what, half hour? 20 minutes. I've been doing this for about 20 minutes. It takes about 20 minutes to make this many potions. That's minus the 10. 10 of those, 10 of those, 10, minus 10 from that, minus 10 from that, minus 10 from that, because I already had 10 of those. You know what I mean? I already had my potions. So, that, it's even less than what this looks like. An amount of energy. Do it. And, like, if I'm forced to just sit there and go, like, AFK, because I've been sitting for, like, think about how long it takes for the energy to fill up versus how long it takes me to expend that energy. I have to sit down for about 15 minutes. So, like, the energy consumption, either the energy bar needs to be larger so that if you sit down at an inn for, like, the amount of time that it takes to fill your bar now, you're only getting a quarter of your bar, and that's how much energy you get. That's fine. If I have to spend a half hour at an inn in order to get the well-rested buff and fill my bar, in order to go, like, instead of spending 3 minutes, I spent 3 minutes making potions. You know what I mean? And, like, it's not like I can go do other things because I have to make the potions. Like, I gotta make the stamina potions, and I gotta make the magicka potions. I've got enough of the regular health potions. Other than health regeneration, I still need. And, like, spending the time to walk, like, if I were to dump everything in there, like, in the storage, and then run to the inn, sit down, and sprint back, I would save a little bit of time, but it's still a pain in the ass of having to drop everything. So, like, going back to pick it all up again. Like, I feel like you should have to sit in an inn probably 3 or 4 times on an 8-hour stream. You know, like if you're playing for an hour, you'll maybe make it every half hour, or maybe every 2 hours, so that like you don't have to go to an inn to rest. Like, I think having my energy bar being like twice or 3 times, maybe even 5 times as much, would be helpful. Like, you just have to sit there longer to let it fill up. That would be the only expense. Like, you have a rested buff, where at 50% you get that, and then a well rested buff where you're at 100%, you get the XP bonus. You know, maybe have it be 5% when you're 50% and 10% when you're at full. But you have to sit there for longer. But the fact that you're sitting there for long to fill that bar up, and if I'm making 5 times as many potions but sitting there for 5 times as long, it's still the same problem, right? So there's something that's got to be adjusted. They're catering for the people who are just like farming to get to max level. I'm farming in order to provide potions for the hold and other people. So like, it's not like I'm just farming to get to max level. And like, we've been sitting here for 5 to 7 minutes, and my bar is filled up less than a quarter. No, sorry, it was before I sat down when I looked at the clock to see how long we've been here. So I'll call it, we've been sitting down for 3 to 4 minutes. So it right now it takes about 10 minutes, maybe closer to 15 in order to fill your bar up. Possibly. Not even. Sitting here, right? Like at the shop, sitting here, yeah, that's what it's gonna do. But if I was at the inn, it's gonna go a little bit quicker. But if I don't put my stuff away and I take my mosey slow walk over to the inn and sit up there in the chair, like, then the time it takes to mosey over there and mosey back, on top of the little bit of time it saves me, I might as well just sit here. It's like, we'd be closer to half. If not at half. And we're at a third now. So it's not that drastic of a difference, but it is helpful, and I'm not getting an XP buff because I'm not well rested. But that's where the beds come into play. Like, if you own a shop or if you own a farm, like if you have your own bed and you have to work, right, to provide for that place, like the energy consumption, I'm gonna have to put it up to 1 septum per health point that it brings you, because of how long I'm having to sit, you know. Like, sorry, I can only work my hands for so long, and supply and demand, they're 50 now. The 50 milliliter ones. 50 for the big ones, 25 for the small ones. I mean, in the base game, they're like 100 and something for the big ones. or medium ones, which is the 50. If you can make one that fills your health up all the way to 100 points, like, that one is going to be worth more. You know? I think those are even worth upwards to like 300 something. Bear Claw and Hanging Moss was another good one. Yeah. There was something with Nordic Barnacle. Yeah, Nordic Barnacle and the dragonfly. Nordic Barnacle and any of the dragonflies, apparently. So I need to check that. I read it in the book. I think they want the inns to be hubs to force interaction. Right. But no, like, they do want the inns to be hubs. So that's why you should have a buff. The buff is great. And the bards going to the inns to give you even better of a buff is great. They don't need to hinder how long it takes you. You know, they just need to make it so that you have to sit there long enough for the bard music. They have to match it to the bard music. That's all that really should matter, is that if you walk in as a bard just standing there and he goes, "Oh, hello, let me play you a song," and he plays you a song, and if your energy fills up from 0 to full before his song's over, you go, "Here, let me pay you for your call," and then you leave. Some people just get up and leave, so they're not actually getting the buff, because you get the buff when the song is over, right? So if they just simply made it so that you have to stay for the length of 2.5 songs, that would ensure that if you're sitting there and a bard comes in, he goes, "Oh, good." You know, if you've been sitting there for a few minutes, up to 5 minutes, and a bard comes in, actually up to 10 minutes, right? Gives you 10 minutes to just sitting there in silence, and a bard can come in, play you a 2 to 3 minute song, and by the time your bar's full, let's say it makes you sit there for 15 minutes total. And the bard's songs are 3 to 5 minutes long, depending on, or 2 to 5 minutes long, depending on what kind of buff it gives you. Like, that would make it so that the only thing that hinders your energy consumption and how much you work is the timing with the bard class. So it's workers working in tandem with the bard class, and then, like, that's its purpose, right? The bard class is meant to work in tandem with the other things. Like, it just makes sense that way. So if they're more worried right now about the way they're setting it up is more focused on preventing grinders from just being able to min-max. But like, at the rate it takes right now, like, I have to reach 11,608 XP in order to reach level 35. I'm not really 44. I have a boost from the hold, right? So essentially, I need to double what I've already done in the past 2 days, so it takes 4 days to get to 35. Less, probably about a day, if I was only focusing on that, you know? The amount of times I have to sit down. Am I full yet? No. You know what I mean? So that's what's preventing the grinders from getting. So it's not preventing them from getting anywhere before anybody else. It's like they're still like, I still have to sit here, and it's not because I'm a grinder. It's because I am an alchemist for Windhelm. That is my RP right now. You know, with a little bit of other stuff going on. You know, I feel like there needs to be more of a trust. Like, if I had to fail the app 3 times because of not having enough description for things, that should show that you have a high standard of the people you're letting in. Like, you have a high expectation of that. So, like, don't treat them like they're the public server over on the other place, because of that's what they do. You know, you put a filter system in. This server has a filter system to prevent those kind of people from getting in just to troll, and I want to be the best. You know, I need to win. Like, the whole thing is a filter system to prevent that mindset from being in the server. And then if you build the server off of preventing that mindset instead of catering to the mindset you let into the server, you got people sitting. I'm just happy I stream so I can just talk to the air and talk to you, you know? I'm like thankful that I'm talking to you guys rather than just sitting here. Because that would be why there's nobody on the server. Like, the thing is, when the server first started, there was a lack of workers, right? Everyone wanted to be the fighter and start being guards and defend things, but nobody was really doing the worker side of stuff. So that's why we did what we did. You know, got the Traders Guild. It wasn't like an official organization. We just called ourselves the Traders Guild because we went around and made sure everybody had what they needed. Like, oh, well, I know that this people that I was in contact with a few days ago have what you need, and you have what they need. So let's do a trade. You know, making sure that each hold is exporting what they have excess of and importing what they have less of. And, like, in order to do that, we had to do all the work ourselves, because nobody wanted to pick Jazz Base for 30 hours straight in order to make a 1,000 Jazz Bay order in one day. Like, they had like almost 300 Jazz Bays, and then I gave them 500, and then I gave them another 250. So, like, I basically filled that entire order. Even after the order was gone, I was like, oh, by the way, here's another 500 Jazz Bays. So, like, I was doing that to make sure that there was ale on the server. And because everyone was like, oh, well, I can't work or do anything because I'm exhausted. I have no stamina because I'm exhausted. And like that energy bar was a hindrance then, and now it's like still kind of a hindrance, because in order to make the food that, as you see, I have to eat with that little bar there, in order to make that, I have to work. And there was like I said, there were orders of, we need 1,000 Jazz Bay and 1,000 wheat. But yet make it 2,000 wheat. Made it even harder. And we did it. So it's like, if we weren't able to do that by basically suffering through the having to sit down all the time, I should have to sit down. If this, they say the server is like runs on a 1 for 1 hour thing, like it is literally Wednesday or now Thursday at 2:44 in the morning on this game, like in this world, like it runs on our same clock set schedule, right? So if if that's the case, then why do I need to go to an inn 10 times while playing for an hour and a half? You know, I think it needs to be accommodated that you sit down at an inn for about 15 minutes to a half hour. If you want the first buff, 15 minutes. If you want the full buff, sit there for a half hour at the inn and conversate. And it, like, that would fill your bar up, and then that bar should last you almost all day. You might have to take another 15-minute break, maybe a 15 to a half hour break, 15-minute to a half hour break every 2 hours. You know, like that way, if I wanted to make potions for like an hour, like if I wanted to blow through all of my ingredients, I could, and then I could go out and harvest more after sitting at an inn. You know, like if I went around and harvested all of these materials, like what blows my mind is I get tired from picking flowers for 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes. So like, it doesn't matter what you're doing, whether chopping wood, fighting trolls, or picking flowers. It seems that whatever you do is going to use the same amount of energy. And I realized recently that this whole thing, this thing right here, because I have experience being spent from my energy on this, anytime I sprint, I'm using energy too on top of stamina. Probably going to dump this because of that. And it's just a major hindrance. Like, I can't. Like, I don't want to be the alchemist forever. And, yeah, it was cool. Like, I'll level up my alchemy, but then, like, I'm not gonna go. I'm gonna dump this, dump this. I'm gonna dump this. This was just for the hell of it. Dump, 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 dump. And then all I'll have is alchemy, alteration, light armor, restoration, spell casting. Like heap sprint. I'll just do these 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. I'll have 6 of them instead. Yes. Probably why they don't let you rest at home. Companions can't heal at their mead hall. Make that method. Yeah. So they're actually working on fixing that, at least. I put a suggestion in about, like, if you own a house and you own a bed, like if you own that bed, you should be able to lay down in that bed and get energy back. Like, get the well-rested buff, but you're not going to get buffs from bards because you're not at the inns. The inns is where people come together because they don't have a home or they're out traveling with friends. So the inns is where those people meet. But like, I own an alchemy shop. There's a bed right upstairs. Why can't I lay the fuck down in order to get the same well rested? I'm laying in a bed. That's better than sitting in a chair at an inn while a bunch of drunk Nords are talking. You know what I mean? How is that going to? Yeah, there's some things that need to change in order to make it like more accommodating to the working class. Like literally, it caters to like the people who aren't having to harvest or make things. Like the people who are only fighting, it caters to them. So like, and we, as the alchemists and as the cooks and the farmers, like the brewers, they're the ones that sustain the server. So they should be the easy route to do. It should be harder to go into dungeons and fight people rather than make fucking potions. You know? Like, it should be easy for me to make potions, but take a long time to level up in order to master my potion making. Like, I'd be like, oh, I made 15 potions, I gotta go lay down. You know, it's hard to keep up with supply and demand with all these fighters who are like, oh, I blew through all that 20 stamina potions you gave me yesterday, so I need 20 more. I'm like, okay. Let me spend 3 hours out of my day making you 20 potions. Well, 40 potions. See what I mean? I'm gonna give up on the alchemy shop because of that, if it doesn't change. And I'm just gonna focus on the cult stuff and being like a badass that can kill things. Screw it. Just because I can. Alright, it was Dartwing and Nordic Barnacle. Pickpocket. I mean, it's good for the, those who steal. Alright. I wish I could poison my own claws. That'd be cool. Slice them, make it so they have fear, so they don't want to get near me. Like, if I went through all the work in order to get the nearly 10,000, like, me and Corellia, well, Corellia and I, rather, I'm going to be grammatically correct, they, and myself, we all work towards getting all this stuff, right? But if we all put in the work for that, we should be able to achieve it, right? Like, if I wanted to be if my goal was to be the best alchemist in the land, then good, so be it, and then you have a good alchemist. I don't see whether, like, oh no, I don't want people to because I'm probably going to be out of energy here in a moment. Bring it down to 60. Let's see. I need to go to generate magic. Like, it's about to get to the point where, see, potion of regenerate magic at 304. I'm about to just say, it's 304. How about 300? I'm out of energy again, aren't I? Yep. Look. And I didn't actually make all those potions. It's like using the energy for all of those, like that show up on the right side here as I'm hitting the button. But does it look like I have 3, 4, 500 potions? It looks like I have maybe 100. Okay, maybe 200. But, so we had 13, 66. I know damn well I made over 100 potion extra magic, right? It's like I can't keep doing this to not like I'm wasting the energy because it thinks I'm using all of that shit.
I need to be compensated. I must be compensated.
Because like yes, I have a lot of potions, but the reason why I have a lot of potions is because I've been having to monotonously make potions to make sure that this shop has potions. And the thing is, I should have way more than this because it's not registering exactly what I'm making. Then watch, when I go to put something away, it's gonna be like, oh wait, you have a bunch of extra stuff here. I'm just gonna put it all away. Like I went through hundreds of things, right? And look, this is all the stuff that I didn't actually use. It just gives me it right back. See? Like, I had just put, what? When I look in here. Fucking open. See? End table. I've got materials in here. And now I don't have materials on me. It makes it very hard. I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna start setting my prices so that if you want to go out and fight in a dungeon, if you want a health potion, I can give you some woven bandages for 2 gold each, or I can give you a potion of minor healing for 17. Potion of regeneration is now 311. I'm just going off of what it says, man. Potion of Strength, 170. This Potion of Vigor, I have 76 of them, is 311 gold per now. Just for the energy consumption. I'm going off one for one off of what it says, man. That is the market. It's gonna cost you, like, for instance, where is it? God damn it. Minor healing. Where is the regular one? See, 36. I wasn't that far off. I said 30. No, these were 20. The other ones were 10. So, like, now they're paying 36 instead of 20. $44 instead of 20. 311 instead of 30. Right? It's like I don't have the time to waste. Like this potion shit, like, it's fun, but it's time consuming because of the energy consumption shit right now. Like I should be able to rest at an inn, because like when your character is logging off, that's why I lay down when I'm usually, like, I'll lay my character down at the end of the stream, like, because when I'm logging off, that's when my character's sleeping. When I wake up, I should be fully rested, you know, and then work for, like, maybe go to the inn, get breakfast, and then go to work for an hour and a half, and then take a break, go back to the inn, and sell some stuff, you know, call it a day on work, and then go exploring with your friends. And then by the time you come back from exploring with your friends, you're going to the inn. And if you're traveling around going to these other places, you're going to be going into those inns anyway, because that's where the RP is. So it's not like people aren't going to go to the inns. Like, you have RPers in your server, they're going to go to the inns. Don't make people not want to log on, because that's the issue right now, the energy stuff. That's why the pop is low. Like, we have 3,000 people in the Discord, and most of them are whitelisted, but why are we sitting at, right now, I think it's at like 100? You know? Probably even less right now, because it's like 3 in the morning, which is something that I have to take into consideration. Oh, crash. You are banned. Just kidding. I'm not really banned. If I wasn't the only one that just crashed right now, then that, like, if I was the only one that just crashed right now, that means there was 29 people on. So, like, that's 3 in the morning, right? But still, the reason why people aren't logging on right now, oh, it's at 30 now, but the reason why people aren't logging on right now, like, right now, I gotta go to sleep. That's why I'm not logging on. I am getting ready to end it. But the reason why people aren't logging on and the reason why Mereth doesn't have the need of a public server with full pop, and they have to filter people in who are good RPers, like, the reason why they're not in that situation is because of this energy consumption thing. They don't trust the players enough. Like, how many times did I have to go to the inn since I've been back? Right? I had to go there. Well, I went there before I left. I went there when I got back, and I've been in there 3 or 4 times since starting to make my potions, I think. Right? So, like, I don't know. We'll be nice and say I've had to go in there 5 times this stream. Right? So that's forcing me to stop playing. Like, for one, because there's nobody at the inns right now. Because people are kind of upset about this energy consumption thing. Like, I'm starting to feel it. Like, the RP, they're like, yes, the RP is what you're supposed to focus on. Like, I just went and did a fucking cult thing, or like trying to start my own Argonian tribe, you know? And, like, granted, my story's gonna push me away from the alchemy shop because of that, but also I'm not feeling the alchemy stuff because I have to sit down so much. Like, there was some truth to what that guy said in that stream, which was, like, it's not a grinding simulator, you know? It's not an MMO grind game. It's RP. Yeah. Like, I understand that. Like, there is supposed to be some middle ground to it where, like, yeah, you're supposed to feel like you have a job and you have necessities that you have to provide for, and there's, you know, some, like, real life economy aspect to it. In order to have economy, there's workers and consumers. For, like, there's, like, I don't know. I understand they want the long grind. Like, I've been pretty much no lifing this, except I do have a life. I'm not streaming 10, 12 hours a day anymore because I just don't have the time as my work's picking up. But when I was the only herbalist who picked jazzberries for 30 hours straight, you know, in order to fill an order to Falkreath so that they had enough ale to sell to the players joining the server. Like, I had to work my ass off for that. And it, it was much better then. Like, I could pick all the jazz bays in that little square farm. I could do a big circle around Whiterun. I could harvest for about an hour, hour and a half, and then need to go back. That's the way it should be. But now it's like, you made potions for 3 minutes. You need to go back to the inn. Like, I'm I've filled the inventory. What I'm probably gonna do is say you don't need an alchemist anymore. I made it so you have all the potions you need, and I'm retiring from alchemy. I'm done with it. Like, you can pay me. You can buy all those potions for half the market value. Right, there is nearly, now I bet there's a little bit less because of what I gave to the Falkreath guy to make sure there is an alchemist when I retire. Um, and I wasn't gonna put another Argonian alchemist in there in Windhelm because, like, it was nice for me because I was friends with the Jarl. And then once of these other guards that didn't know me started coming along, then it started being a little rough for Hist, you know? Like, asking the guards who normally were like, hello, how's it going? Hello, how are you, Hist? You know, they knew me. Now these guards, like, the girl, I felt like she was the one that wanted to become an alchemist, so this will be perfect for her. But that guy that was with her was, like, so degrading towards the Argonian. I just, like, walked away. It seemed like she wanted to tell me, like, something about them, like where they were or whatever. But he was like, They're probably in the keep. Where do you think, you dirty lizard? You know. So like just like degrading me as an Argonian, which I loved. You know, I wasn't upset about it. Like, good on you, Windhelm Guard. I want that. I want Windhelm to push out the Argonians so that there is that like area that the Argonians don't want to go. And that will push them south and they'll come into those cave areas and hopefully come into me. So I'd like to make that cave, maybe have some Argonian huts with lockable doors and a Argonian holdstone. Maybe I start my own Argonian tribe. It's hidden at the Eldergleam Sanctuary. As long as I don't have to make fucking potions anymore. But I thank you for all hanging out, and those of you on Twitch, I cannot see what you're doing. If you're following, if you're commenting, I thank you, but I cannot see. Come on over to YouTube. There's a lot more videos over there. Although Twitch does have the 21 some odd hour, like it's 21 hours and some odd minutes. But then there's a stream directly after that was like around 6 to 8 hours. I'm not sure. That was when I was procuring the order for the jazz bass. It was mostly talking to stream and picking jazz bass. There was a couple adventures we went on. I think that was a stream where we met Varios Laurent. He's fucking awesome. I still have his books. I believe I remember which ones they were. I have them written down. Yeah, Varios Laurent holding books. History of the Empire, Volume 7. Skyrim's Rule. Book of the Dragonborn, and Legends of the Red Eagle. Yep. So I have those for him still. But yes, I am tired. I have to work tomorrow. I believe I work every day except for Monday next week, and then I work every day the following week. So, that's gonna be tough streaming long hours, but it's gonna be at nighttime, probably around this time, but I'm probably not gonna be able to go as late as I am because some of those days I have to be there at like 7:30 or 7:15, so that's gonna be a pain in my ass. I'm not a morning person. I'm a go to bed at the morning person. But I thank you all for watching and hanging out. Well met and stay wet. May the Hist be with you.